Right, good morning and welcome everyone to the Finance Performance and Risk Assurance meeting for the 7th of May 2026. I would just like to ask Councillor Boynton to open the proceedings with a karakia. Thank you, Councillor.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa e tēnei ata. E hōnere he kororea ki te atua he mangarongo ki te whenua he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Hanga e te atua ngā kauhau ki roto ki tēnā. Whakatongi ato wairua tapu, hei awhina, hei tōtoi a mātou, i tēnei wā, i tēnei hui, āmini.
Ngā mihi nui. Yes, good morning and welcome councillors, Independent Member Lucioli, members of the public, staff and those online or now in the future. Council and standing committee meetings are live streamed on the Council's website and the YouTube channel. Public gallery attendees' presence implies your consent to being broadcast. I'm going to ask everyone to please ensure all your cell phones are set to silent. Further information about live streaming protocols can be found on the Council's website. In health and safety, in case of an emergency, follow the building wardens to the nearest exit. The meeting point is across the road at Peace Park, directly behind us diagonally. Bathroom facilities located opposite the Chambers foyer entrance. Officer Bewley, did you have something to say? Oh, thank you. So we'll move to item number 2, apologies. We have none. That is lovely to see. Thank you, everybody. Any acknowledgements or tributes this morning? Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to acknowledge the mātātua ngā manu kōrero that were held yesterday, and also to congratulate 3 of those who were from Kawerau who did successfully in the senior Māori kōrero and junior Māori kōrero, and also in the English sections. And those students will be going to the National Ngā Manu kōrero. So a mihi to them, their kura and their kaiako. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, moving on to conflicts of interest. Are there any in regards to today's agenda?
I have one, but it's in relation to the public excluded.
The public excluded. Thank you, Independent Member Lucioli. There is no public participation at this point. Can we move to item number 6, please, on page 10, and that is confirmation of the previous minutes of the 26th of February. Any corrections required? Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor James moves. Councillor O'Brien seconds. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Action items, that there are none. Is there any comments on the action items from page 12? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jukes.
Thank you. I just see, it says ID number 8, copy of the business plan to be sent to elected members, not started. I thought that might be a very quick, easy win. I know we cover it in our all performance reports, but that's not in itself a copy of the business plan, but there may be a reason, so I thought I'll just ask why.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's actually an error. It was circulated between the last meeting and this one, so we'll make sure that's updated.
Yep,
thank
correct. You. 24th of March, it was circulated to all councillors and the executive. Yep.
I thought that might have been because there was another version or something.
Thank you. And I also just had one there. I know that in the previous February meeting, we had that the airport invoices to the Ministry of Transport had been noted as completed, and I don't believe that's the case. Is that correct, our CFO?
Yes, that's correct. I wish they had, but they haven't.
So we'll continue to leave that on as an action
correct.
item?
Yep.
Right, thank you. Any other comments or thoughts from the action plan? If not, we'll move through to the first of our reports. And can I please invite to the table Emlyn, welcome to see you, and the Manager of Health and Safety, Dickie.
Kia ora, good morning all. The purpose of this health and safety wellbeing report is just to give you a bit of a background of what we've been working on for the last quarter, is to give you an update on how we're tracking with the Whakahora project, some events that's happened in the quarter, and then I'd like to focus on something on, if you don't mind, on item number 4, which is a graph which we've been doing and which we've been progressing on contractor audits. So what that means is all the contractors doing work for us and doing critical work, we go out and we do some audits on that. And we started doing that as a priority. And it's across from project managers and ourselves. And that's been a really good progress for us. And we can really see some good work out there. Nothing major. It's been good all round so far. So that's just a bit of a background. So I don't know if there's any questions or any clarifications or something I might have missed that you want to ask or discuss.
Independent Member Latole.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a clarification on page 15, 4.3. And the indication that there are groups covering 12 critical risks. And it was just some clarification around the interaction between that and the overall risk register. So are these all just a subset of the health and safety risk that's contained within the risk register, and those 12 are then chunks
Correct.
within that? It's not wider than that?
No, correct. So it's in the risk register, it's just wider focusing on critical risks. So
Okay.
it could be at high risk, and we've got risk control groups looking at that to establish that we've got the correct controls for that.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
it's all good.
Thank you, Petra. So we've got Councillor Dennis and Councillor James.
Thank you. 4.4 on the training and the table. Great to see that your aquatic centre people are doing level 2 first aid, which I think is excellent. I mean, there's been some amazing saves down there where people would have died if those guys hadn't jumped in and used their expertise, and all good for them. Why aren't we not having 1 or 2 people in the building brought up to the same level? Say, if you have, and you'd have to pick the right people, the people that are usually like to work from the office rather than from home sometimes, but in different sections of the building ask for champions who are prepared to stand up and just do that little extra training. I know there's a cost to it, but the benefits to people's wellbeing would be high.
Thank you, Councillor. Through your chair, we can certainly take that away and have a look at it and assess the risks of the type of work that's carried out in this building, and we'll have a look at that coverage. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James.
Yeah, just on 7.1, the site assessments, big jump in September on. Did we not have many jobs going prior to that, or is this new policy coming in?
It was a bit of a focus point for us to see how we can go with that. Because there hasn't been that lot, so see, let's do a bit of a focus. And we're going to try and do some different focus points, but that was just a bit of a focus for us to do that. That's all.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. And I had a question myself. Thanks, Dicky. It was just in regards to the contractors. Well done on that. I guess my question is actually, has it been well received by the contractors, and is it adding value to their own business systems?
Yes, definitely. They appreciate us coming out on the site and having those conversations with them. And we do sometimes let them know that we are going to come out and come and have a look. When we do the inductions, we say, please expect us. And no, they are appreciative of it, yes.
Yes, General Manager Hatch.
And Chair, just one thing I wanted to share with you is Chris, who handles a lot of the work with contractors. What he's finding is actually he's asking contractors who are demonstrating best practice, could he share that with another contractor? So there's that shared learning that we're facilitating as well.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. And hang on, I've got to find the right page. Hopefully I'm on the right agenda. 8.1, where the health, safety and welfare strategy indicators. I see they're all green. Really, really good. So it's now the time when we should actually tighten it up a little bit so that we are always trying to improve ourselves, because we've obviously hit all our targets, and that's really good. But From a health and safety point of view, I thought that it's now time to tighten it a bit, so we're still striving to hit better targets.
Great question, Councillor, through your chair. So part of that project is ensuring that everything we implement becomes part of business as usual, and that's quite a big effort. We're still working through this priority, so contractor management is our next one, after risk. After contractor management, then there'll be more embedding of all those fundamentals to ensure that we remain compliant afterwards. So I just want to assure you that there's no easing off. We want to make sure that everything stays green for the foreseeable future.
That's not quite what I asked. I mean, great that you're all green, and we can see that you're all green, and that's really good that keep the standards up. But I've come from an industry that once you hit all your targets consistently, you then tighten the targets up. Not to the stage where people are always failing, but to the stage that you're just always trying to do better. So you just try and do it a little bit tighter.
We'll certainly take that on board. Thank you.
Right. Any further questions on the health and safety report? Mayor Tanchos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for the report. And yeah, I also acknowledging the lots of lovely greens. It's really great. It's great to see the work that's being done. I know in the past, and I was looking at the event categories, and there was quite a few under customer conflict. And I know that this is something we've had a real problem with over time. Increasingly aggressive behaviour towards some of our staff, and often some of our younger staff as well in the aquatic centre and things like that. How are we going with that? Is that a continuing problem? Is it something, are you feeling like we have the right systems in place to manage those things? Are our staff getting the support they need in that area?
That's a good question, and what we're doing around that is, first of all, is we're doing more training and focus more about situational training and what to do in that situation. We are also, with the reporting coming up, you'll see there's a few of them, and we've asked them to report everything that does come up so that we can action that and see how we can manage that and do better. We try and support and manage that as we go and see how, with the youngest and old, I don't know, we just manage it like that. Okay.
Right, if there are no further questions or clarification, I'll put the motion that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the Health, Safety and Wellbeing Report for Q3 25-26. Do I have a mover, please? Councillor Boynton, seconded Councillor Hamill. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Right, we'll now move to page 22 with the non-financial and organisation performance quarterly reporting, led by General Manager Lainey Worsley, with Isla Hawaii Sierra coming to the table. Thank you. Good morning, ladies. Are we doing a team effort, or yes, we are. Thanks. Take us through the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Morena koutou. So the purpose of today's paper is to bring to you Q3's non-financial and organisation performance reporting. We would like the committee to note that this has now been brought to you as one consolidated report, which you will find as Appendix 1, pages 27 to 57 of the agenda. This is the first time the committee has received the report in this format. We heard from the committee when presenting Q2 performance reporting that the information was hard to read, and this new format has been developed to improve readability. This new format was endorsed by the Deputy Mayor and the Chair of this committee, Councillor Immink, following a walk-through meeting with staff. Just to walk you through the new layout, Appendix 1 is set out in 3 parts. Part 1 provides a year-to-date and quarterly reporting on the 69 measures that were set out in the long-term plan, and these measures are set out below their respective activity groups and are legislatively required to be reported on through our annual report. Part 2 provides quarterly reporting across our internal organisation measures, and Part 3 provides an update on the Council's business plan. I will now pass to Ayla in Hawaii to take you through performance highlights from the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Through the chair, thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. So for part one, which reports on our non-financial performance, of the 69 long-term plan measures, 40 are on track to being achieved, 19 are at risk of not being achieved. 3 measures are known to not be achieved, and 7 of the 69 measures are reported on annually rather than in this quarterly report. I'll now pass to Hawaiki, who will go through the key highlights of part 2 and part 3.
Through the chair, thank you, Ayla. Good morning, everyone. This quarter includes results captured through Datascape following full quarter of use. New measures have been introduced, particularly in relation to service requests. As Datascape provides a new data source, year-on-year comparisons will not be available until a full year of data has been captured in the system. Some key highlights from part 2 for quarter 3. Staff turnover continues to decline and is tracking below the 14% threshold. Culture and engagement remain strong, with survey results above target and high staff enjoyment of working at council. Overall resident satisfaction has increased to 61%, up from 56% last quarter. The Emergency Operations Centre staffability remains steady from the last quarter, and cybersecurity training completion reached 73% in Q3, reflecting significant uplift. A key highlight from part 3 for the business plan is 75% of council's work program items are tracking positively as at Q3. We do have some data owners here to help answer any questions. I will now pass back to the chair.
Thank you, ladies. I'd just also like to comment that after our meeting with Deputy Mayor Dukes and yourselves, where you gave us a draft on this report, which we endorse, and I hope other members agree, compared to having the 2 different types of reports coming in, that the consolidation of this makes it a lot more readable for ourselves and any members of the public. Do we have any questions from councillors, please, about any aspect of the report? Councillor Dennis.
4.2, under organisational health on page 24. It talks about peer supporters continuing to decrease. Employee assistance has continued to decrease. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Or does that mean we're not picking up those that need assistance? Or is it just means that we've done such a great job, everyone's happy?
Through you, Chair, that's a great question. I think we've talked about this previously. It's hard to gauge whether it's a good or a bad thing. What we do say is that we actively make sure that staff are aware of the offering. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. There could be a measurement that would look to reduce it, but actually, or there could be another measurement to say that we actively want to see it increasing, because that means people are getting the support they need. But it's a service that we provide, and it's another indicator just to let you know as governors that staff are making use of that service, and we think it's very valuable.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you. My query is around the building and resource management. While we're not tracking right up there.
Hey, councillor, can you refer us to a page number?
4.1.0.1. It's the graph, and it's building and resource management. I feel it's a pretty important section.
And your question, councillor?
My question is that I see there's a yellow, there's a one yellow there, and I'm wondering why we're not right up with that, as building consents, etc., are very important for economic development in the area.
Yep. So just finding out what the orange actually is in that area. It relates to a perception survey measure. So it's people's perception of the service. Specifically around resource consent processing. And I think the commentary around that is the way we measure that is through responses after applicants have gone through the process. We have very few responses coming back through. So I guess the reliability of the statistics is a little bit in question. and maybe there's another way of trying to get that information, but it tends to be people who are unhappy with the process are the ones who are responding. So I think there is another initiative I think we're going to do shortly, which is around a bit of an oversight of both resource consents and building consent activity, and talk to some of our regular customers, if you like. So in terms of resource consents, particularly the planners who are putting in applications to us, to really try and get a bit more feedback on are there issues with the way our staff are responding, or is it to do with the district plan and the rules, or is it some other issues? So I think that ultimately will be a better measure, I think, than perhaps the responses we're currently getting to that perception survey or resident survey.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you, Officer Bewley. Officer Laney, forgot your surname momentarily.
Wolseley.
Yeah.
Just a comment on the new format of the report, as it might help other councillors as well. The cover report at the first section is just the summary, but in fact there are commentaries on all of those things within the report. So the specific one on building resource management is on page 39, just in case it helps anyone.
Thank you. Mayor Tanchos, in relation to the same thing.
Thank you. I appreciate the point that you're going to get a skewed result in the way that the process is currently done, because the only people who are filling in the survey or whatever are going to be people who have some dissatisfaction. So moving to another method, I think, is a good idea. But will we continue with the kind of post-use survey? Because if you don't, you're going to miss something important, right?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to suggest we're not going to continue with the survey. That will continue. Yeah, I guess we're just very conscious that the number of responses we're getting is very low.
Yeah.
And so therefore its use in terms of measuring that measure is limited.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 10, Appendix 1 on the water supply, and I appreciate that we've got a bit more detail around the drinking water on page 42, 43. I just want a little bit more clarity about those guidelines that we're not meeting. Are they mostly because they are our rural drinking water supplies and we have some changes with the protozoal requirements? Is that, or is it multifaceted? Are there other aspects to that?
Right, because the Manager of Water, Nick Johnson, coming to the table.
Morena Tato. So it is multifaceted, but predominantly it's oscillations in the power supply that have created these issues. So we don't, with regards to the protozole, that requires UV treatment, and we've had issues with power supply. The UV treatment goes off, and that's when we get the non-compliance. It doesn't actually mean that we put the public at risk. It's a warning flag so that staff get notified when the UV treatment doesn't work, so then we can introduce other measures in real time for E. coli, for instance. So it's very red, and obviously we don't want it reported like that. So we are trying to work on bettering it, but it's power supply related.
Thank you for clarifying that. So they're not compliant, but they are safe.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor, Independent Member Lucioli here.
Thank you. Just a general question on the items that are either at risk or not achieved. Are any of those items which would potentially put us in breach of legal obligations? Are there any that? And I'm thinking, for example, the waste requirements and things, and whether whether there are specific requirements that we're at risk of not meeting.
Thank you for the question. It's a really good question. I think the team and I aren't aware of any that would breach legislation at this stage, but perhaps that's something we could bring back for the Q4 and therefore annual report, and maybe we could add some commentary around that. I'm seeing a head shake over there. Does that mean I'm saying something wrong? No? Okay, good. I got it right. Thank you. We will take that away as an action.
Right, I have a couple of questions. If we can just go to page 33, please. And I'm just looking at our serious accidents and crashes. So the first thing I just wanted to clarify, perhaps for other members looking at this report, is when you have a capital M, and we look at the top line, that states that it's a mandatory government compliance thing that we have to approve and monitor, correct?
That's correct, through the Chair. Thank
And
you.
if you go to the next one, what does the RSS mean?
Through the Chair. So RSS stands for Resident Satisfaction Survey. So that's our externally sourced perception survey that we undertake.
Great, thank you. Now if I go back to the crashes, knowing that this is on our local roads and it's very much out of our control, and it's great to see the comments in there, does that actually absolve us, or like how is that? How does Audit New Zealand, or how is it received in the district, or is there anything more that we could be doing? We have Road Safety Manager Richard Hamer coming to the table. Thank you, Richard.
Kia ora, thank you. Yeah, just we were trending down for a number of years. I think we were at about 22 or 23 deaths and serious injuries on the local roads for a number of years. Last year it went up to 33, which coincided at the same time as 60% funding cut. Sorry. Some of the work we're doing this year, or we've changed, is more targeted approach, things like fatigue stops. We're in Matata and Apotiki, where we've seen a decrease in accidents. Last week we were working in Murupara with targeted motorcycle courses. For 5 years we saw 2 deaths and serious injuries in Murupara. This year with targeted intervention we've seen a decrease.
So we're doing all that we can be doing.
I think we're doing all we can with the money we've got and the partnerships in the communities.
Right.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora. Just page 33 again, 7.21, and it's just around the economic development, te whakawhanake taiaohanga, and they're at 33%, and I just wanted to understand. There was a comment in there about how the council's role was not to promote business because we changed in regards to Toi EDA. How are we supporting local businesses with the economic development, or Toi, well, what used to be Toi EDA, now that the council has taken on more of a role?
We just have the Manager of Events and Tourism, Nicola Burgess, coming to the table.
Thank you.
Morena tātou. We're at the stage of implementing our action plan, and the first stage of that is building our networks, making sure we know, I guess who's who in the business community, and then we've got a regular engagement process, working closely with the Chamber, and also staying in connection with Toi EDA. So our relationship with the Chamber is expected to be, a much greater level of support, and they in turn deliver business development and support programs. Enterprise Training Fund. So we're at the stage of networking, research, and figuring out our future support.
Yes.
Supplementary. So when we did make the change, there were some businesses who come forward because they were worried about that relationship being maintained or being able to have access, continued access, I guess. How are those relationships at the moment? Are they part of strengthening those networks with council? Other than those in the Chamber of Commerce, there were those other operators in Māori tourism and as such?
So, is that a question with respect to Toiria or Tourism Bay of Plenty?
With Tourism Bay of Plenty, but also too as part of the strategy of increasing those networks and strengthening them for outcomes for this particular point. Are those relationships working well?
They're certainly improving, and we are bringing an update regarding the tourism network to later in May. I think it's the 28th of May. So you'll have much more detail then about the future for the tourism network and operators, and we are continuing to support that sector as we always have with marketing and business support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I can just add a comment to that as well. After a very successful summer, I think some of the tour operators who might have been a bit disappointed with the way things are handled seem to be strongly supporting what the tourism and events team are doing. Nicola, I have a broader question just in regards to Toiria. Are we aware of, because they were just put into holding mode, in light of you might not be able to answer this, the government's recent announcement about the amalgamation possibility, would that actually give more weight to Toiria? Do we know where they're sitting and all of that? And I'm not sure if it's a Nicola question or a Lainey question.
Thank you, Chair Mink. I think it would be remiss if we were to comment on their response to that change. However, what I can say is the team have been meeting with the chair of Toi EDA quite recently, and I believe a paper's coming to joint committee, the Eastern Bay of Plenty Joint Committee on the 2nd of June from Toi EDA with a bit of a plan going forward. So I'm sure that paper will then address any of the recent announcements.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Mayor Tanchos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. One was on page 40, and it might not be the best place to ask the question. It's around waste, and we'll probably get a waste report in more detail at some stage. But I was just interested because we're not hitting our target of below 70% of the national average amount of waste sent to landfill, and it seems to be because the national average has changed, and so that puts us out. I'm just wondering why, is there a reason why the national average has changed it looks reasonably significantly?
Yeah.
And is something happening that we're not doing or part of, or what's going on?
Can I just say that I'm welcome to Manager of Waste, Lisa Eves, at the table.
Thank you. Yes, so through the chair, sorry to go back to the previous point, confusing Lainey. The targets that we report against are all just set by ourselves for council. They're not regulatory. To answer your question through the chair, the national average has gone down, but it's important to note that this is only for waste going to a certain type of landfill. And as I think I've mentioned before in previous discussions, what we're seeing happen nationally is that waste is being moved from that top class of landfill to other types, which is not happening here to the same extent because we don't have that facility available. So your understanding, your interpretation is exactly correct. Our performance is not dropping, it's just in relative to the national change.
And actually, it's not that the national performance is necessarily dropping, it's just improving, it's just kind of changing.
Correct. So we're not producing any less waste. It's just going to different places.
All right. Thank you. That's helpful to understand. And I had one other question, which was on page 50. Let's find it. Sorry. I noticed that the overall resident satisfaction with council services has improved quite a bit as compared to the national benchmark. I'm tempted to say that it correlates really strongly with the election of a new mayor.
Or the appointment of a new chief executive.
Point of order.
I'd like
Point
to
of order.
continue, Mr. Mayor.
But I'm aware that correlation does not equal causation. Are there any thoughts about why that's... and I realise often these satisfactions are they're not even related. But is there any thoughts about why that's improved?
So, thank you for your question. So in terms of the resident satisfaction survey, it is influenced by a number of things, and so we can't pinpoint it to one thing. There has been a change of leadership here at Council that is included in the report as something that can influence these results. There are also other things as well, post-election sentiment once we're through an election as well, and also recent emergency events as well. So there are a number of things that do influence the resident satisfaction survey, and Dr. Virgil Troy does include these external factors as something to consider. So thank you for your question.
I do think that we responded so well to the emergency situations, and I think people have recognised that our council's done extremely well. So yeah, it's likely that that's a big part of it. Yeah, thank you for that.
Well dodged, Sarah, that acknowledgement. Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora, yes, page 34, 7.21, and just with regards to the climate change and resilience, in particular the percentage of residents that have taken any action to prepare for an emergency, and that's quite red. I wanted to ask, what responsibility, legal or otherwise, does the council have in regards to residents being prepared for a disaster?
Thank you for that question. I just want to start by noting that although it's red, it is at 78.8, so it's 1.2 off the target of that residents have taken action, and I think we've got a responsibility to build on that still with the community resilience work we do. And we've definitely, in the last 6 months, have ramped that up quite a bit with Sir John Uruwera has been on board in that role and is doing a lot with, thinking about, there are obviously many places that you can try to influence, and the kind of broader strategy we've got around that is starting with some of those, kids that go home from Kohanga and share what they've got. So we've invested a small amount in grab bags, which he takes along to demonstrate, and we do think that it's getting good uptake, but it's pretty hard to tell in this kind of resident survey format. We've only been doing that for the last 6 months, so we'd hope to see that result improve with increased activity towards focusing on at-home grab bag preparedness.
Great, thank you, Lou.
Yeah, and perhaps I can just add in there, the Audit Office sent through their 2026-27 discretionary work program recently, and in there they had emergency and community resilience as one of their focuses going forward. I've just provided some feedback to them while they are looking at measuring the NEMA and the regional responses. They're not measuring or putting any measurements and monitoring for community and residents' response. So I just provided some feedback to them, not as the chair of this committee, but just as an independent member who's had experience in that. But I think we're probably going to see more of those things coming forward from the Audit Office to measure. Councillor Dennis.
Just adding to that, I think that your thing about taking action is actually broader than that and actually goes towards the smaller communities too. And we know we've got a number of CERT teams, but I think with John Uruwera and his predecessor, they're actually trying to grow that. And I've just made an appointment with John Erdewera to go to the Te Tiko Resident Association, because they're at the stage now where they're saying, actually, we really need to get serious about doing a combined plan for Te Tiko. And so he's going out there on the 2nd of June. So I think it's actually a continuum. And I think the more disasters we have, the more people are aware, and the more people take up the opportunities for those, plus for your education results. So I'll just add that. Not a question, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is on page 52 around Lagoima requests, and I understand that I think it's great we've got a 100% target on that, and I know that they obviously do take a bit of time, staff time. My two questions. Firstly, does this figure include information requests that are not specifically labelled Lagoima? So there's members of the community asking questions that haven't been prefaced by Lagoima.
Yes and no. Sometimes the nature of the request that we will say that we'd process this as a Lagoima, but we do have other requests for information that come through the call centre or by email that we'll just respond to. Yeah, so it's not as clear cut as that. Sometimes it's the nature of the request that we'll process as a Lagoima.
Okay. And my second question is, possibly not too sure who would answer it, but does Lagoima apply to us as elected members? Is it, or yeah? So we are under the same. Thank you.
That's correct.
And CCOs.
Thank you. That's all.
Right. Any more questions in regards to the non-financial and all perform reports? Right, well, if not, I will move the motion that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the performance report Q3 25-26. I can have a mover, Councillor Boynton, a seconder, Councillor Whittaker. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Actually, I forgot to say, was there any debate and all of that? I was kind of a bit too efficient. Councillor Boynton, do you have a comment?
It was just really a comment, just to mihi to the staff, and also to, it's actually great to see how some of the new systems that have been introduced over the time has meant that, you know, we're able to clearly see the growth, I guess, and it's great just to be able to just see it laid out, easy to identify what we can inquire on, and see it all in one package. I just wanted to thank staff for the way it's laid out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And I'd also like to say that in the 6 years that I've been here, we're now moving to a place where I think we've got really strong monitoring systems and processes in place. I was very critical in the early days about the percentage that we had measuring ourselves, thinking like 53% was this way too low. But I actually used the benchmark of how we go against other councils in New Zealand, and I think we can see that we're reflecting very well for what we do for the value that for dollar that we get for our community and all the services we provide. Thank you very much, ladies. Look forward to Q4 report. Right, so now we move to 7.3, local water's done well and the transition status. We'll just have Nick Johnson, who's the manager of water, come to the table, please. Oh, so we have Nick Davis from Martin Jenkins coming online shortly. So we're at page 59, folks, of the agenda. So welcome, Nick. So while we're waiting for Martin Jenkins, Nick Davis from Martin Jenkins. Welcome, Nick. Here you go to the meeting. We're just about to start this section.
Good morning.
Thank you, Nick Johnson.
Thank you. Ngā mihi nui o te rā. Joining me online is Nick Davis from Martin Jenkins. He leads the work putting together the business case for the multi-council CCO, and he's not presenting per se, but he's joining in order to answer any questions. And this paper does a few things. It updates you on the internal business unit development and where we're at. It gives you the report about our ring fencing that we are mandated to report back to DIA with. It gives you an update on the multi-council CCO investigation, which is moving very swiftly with the Waters Working Group. So that's Mayor Andor, Councillor O'Brien and Councillor James meeting with their peers monthly. And for each of those meetings, there's a lot of collateral and material for each of those meetings. And that's from Martin Jenkins. And like I said, it is moving very swiftly, and the bulk of the information in the attachments is around that CCO investigation. The report also provides you with the detail around the strategic analyses, the draft financial analyses for the CCO with a 10-year view, and stormwater options. They are the sort of 3 items that have been discussed with the Waters Working Group to date. It also talks about the next steps with that investigation. So that's the 30-year financial modelling, iwi partnerships, whether we go for 2 or 3 waters, ownership, shareholding, decision-making, and governance. So there are some big, complex, grunty issues coming up for the Waters Working Group. And of course, as that becomes available, we will share it to this forum as well. We're not asking for a decision today, and the purpose of the paper is to keep you informed and across all the developments in that local water down well space. But before I hand back to the Chair, I'd like to highlight a couple of issues. First is our financial strategy for waters, which is mentioned in section 4.8 of the report. And as an input to the financial modelling, it turns out that we've had a very high debt to revenue gearing, unsustainably so, and basically that means that we're not paying off our credit cards, so the debt actually grows over time. Paul will be much better at explaining that than I am, so maybe I can hand over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Nick. You did explain it pretty well, and firstly I'd say is this is not uncommon across the country to see a high level of debt relative to revenue that sits in the water activity. They're very long life assets, they're very chunky expenditure at a time, so that has tended to grow the levels of debt relative to the rest of council. So when the first round of modelling was done under the letting that debt to revenue continue as it was tracking, some of the results were unusual to say the least. So as part of the updated modelling, we've brought that gearing level down to a more sustainable level, which is producing now a much more realistic and accurate result, and where this type of business should be sort of sitting in terms of what that debt to revenue would look like going forward. In the absence of it, you were getting to a situation where basically Waters is constraining your entire balance sheet across council just because of the amount of debt that was allocated to it, because of the type of asset involved. If there are any questions, yeah.
Thank you, Paul. The second issue I wanted to highlight is that it's come to our attention around the timing for the decision making, whether to go or no go in terms of the CCO, is that originally, up until a few weeks ago, we've had that final decision scheduled for early next year. That timing is unfortunate for our finance team, because if we stick to that timing, they will have to prepare 2 LTPs, or financial components of the LTP, one with water and one without. And if we can make that decision early December, that means that we only need to do one, depending on what that decision is. So we are keen to compress the timeline, as unfortunate as that seems, and also because of the volume of information that everyone needs to digest It will be a tough ask, and I guess all we can do is to ask that we try for that timing in order to make it easier for Paul and his team. And if we can't make it, we can't make it. That's it. You have to make a decision based on the evidence at hand. But what we are suggesting in order to stick to that more compressed timing is that we add a workshop with Council in July. We had our first workshop, you'll recall, in I think it was late January, early February, where we had spent a few hours deep diving into the material of the CCO investigation. We have 2 more of those scheduled. One is for September, which is when the final report is prepared, and then for you to make a decision as to where you want to go for the public consultation. And then another one in November where you will be considering the public consultation feedback. What we are suggesting is that we add a workshop in early July before the final report is finalised. That sounds clunky, final report finalised. But the point of that timing is that the Waters Working Group, our 3 members on that, they will provide feedback to Martin Jenkins on the detail of the report in late July. So if we run a workshop with you all early July, that means that they can then draw on your commentary and feedback and bring that back to the finalisation of the report. So if we can have a resolution on that,
for today, you're saying?
That'd be appreciated.
All right, we'll just take a question from Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. Obviously, this is a complete change bringing it forward. Would all 3 councils have to bring it forward and agree to it earlier?
Yes, that would be the intention. Yeah.
And that's
because they're in an identical situation to us.
So you're going around asking all 3 councils at the moment if they'll bring it forward?
Correct.
Given, just a supplementary, Madam Chair, given the current statements from the government this week about 3 months to look at amalgamation, all sorts of stuff, is it pretty obvious that there is no choice, that the government's going to force us if we say no?
Am I the best person to answer that? I'm not sure that I am.
I think that's Madam Chair, I think that's just like probably an inappropriate question at this stage, because we're still understanding, what the announcement means for us in gathering information, and haven't even thought or started to talk about what the implications of options or pathways might be on individual work streams. So I think it puts Officer Johansson in a bit of a difficult position trying to answer.
Madam Chair, being an inappropriate comment, I'll withdraw that.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. But it wasn't a question that wasn't on some of our minds, I would imagine. Yeah. And Nick, just in regards to, we don't need to have a resolution to have an additional workshop on Three Waters. We'll just note that and get the staff and the CE to program that in. Thank you. Councillor Hamill, then Councillor Boynton.
Thank you. I have a little bit more of a question to Paul and perhaps Nick around our debt. So on our page 72, I think it is, if we're approaching a multi-council CCO, one of our risks, Whakatane District Council has, as we've been highlighted, that we have minimal debt headroom, and I don't see that reflected quite so much with the other councils. I guess I just wanted to see whether, as a council, we are more of a liability to joining a multi-council CCO than the others with our debt. And also, my secondary question is that debt to revenue ratio is 350. Is that what it's been brought down to? Was it going to be higher?
In answer, I want to answer the second question first because it's easier. It was going higher, yes, exceeding 350 for Waters.
Yeah.
So not in terms of overall council, which is to then go back to the first question, because of the size of the district, the schemes involved, we are carrying proportionally a considerable amount of debt relative to some of those other councils as well. So, well, I wouldn't say we're a liability to them. But our finances are more leveraged on debt than some of the others can be. But it's certainly not a liability because it still, as a grouping, still provides some favourable outcomes, particularly after the 10 years. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And Nick may want to comment on this as well, having a good overview of the four council situation.
Yeah, I'd just support what Paul said. Like, I think there are benefits for all four councils from a combined approach to asset management, supply chain management, procurement, the scope for operational and capital efficiencies potentially through that. Whether that's perceived as a disadvantage or not, the starting debt position of Whakatane relative to the other councils depends probably on how the water company is constituted and set up. So in a number of other examples around the country, for example, there is a cost to serve principle that is applied at least initially. So you kind of get the benefit from the efficiencies, but there's a degree of ring fencing of cost and revenue to each district to begin with, and that's a way of getting these things across the line. So it depends a lot on the final shape of the proposal as to how that's viewed, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Boynton, did you have a question?
It was really just one in general, just looking over the rest of the plan around the communication and consultation stages that you've drafted out. I've noted that there seems to be, from the outside, a strong information sharing with iwi from our council. Is that happening across the board with the other councils who are part of the multi-CCO, so that any transition or decision we make is going to be supported?
I think it's very comparable between the four. There are some variances because, as we state in the material, each council has its own responsibility to engage with iwi hapu. But the Waters Working Group members may want to comment on this as well, but from where I'm looking, it's very similar. Possibly over the last few weeks, a little bit more by Whakatane District Council than others. We've had the iwi Chairs Forum, and following on from that was a hui last week, where iwi hapu got together to talk about what they would like to see in terms of our engagement, and we're getting feedback on that. I don't know if there are other comments.
Thank you. Councillor Isles, Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, just back on the Whakatane portion on page 72, with no ability to address unforeseen costs before 2048. It's a 22-year window frame. In the event of, that could be a real issue, right? If there is unforeseen.
Nick, do you want to respond to that, please?
Yeah, so I think this is the same issue that Paul highlighted earlier, that the starting point for our modelling was the financial projections in Whakatane District's water services delivery plan that reflected that highly geared sort of approach that Paul was describing, and the consequence of that is that, as Paul indicated, effectively the whole of council becomes constrained by the growing water debt. So from a financial strategy perspective, probably the implication of that is that water charges water rates would need to increase at a faster rate than was suggested in or indicated in that water services delivery plan to achieve that sort of wider balance across the whole of the council. But yes, ultimately you're constrained by your LGFA borrowing covenants and your internal council debt limit sort of policies. But that is the sort of the consequence, I guess, of running that high borrowing, which other things equal sort of suppresses the rate of increase in those water charges.
Thank you, Martin.
Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nick, I might be delving a bit too far into the future, but I see where there's some mention that we might retain the function of control of stormwater runoff, and I'm wondering, with that, who would do the monitoring of that, especially off-road surfaces where there are lots of contaminants, etc.?
Yeah, so in terms of the discussion that was held with the Waters Working Group around that, we presented a sort of a range of options for how stormwater could be managed in the future. If a water company, if a water organisation was to be set up, there's essentially three options. Council can retain responsibility and continue to manage stormwater operations. Council could retain responsibility, which means it continues to have responsibility for determining investment levels and setting rates, but contract out stormwater management to the CCO. Or alternatively, you've got the option of transferring all three waters, including stormwater, to the water organisation. That issue was discussed at length, by the Waters Working Group, but a firm position on that wasn't reached amongst that group. So all of those options are still on the table at the moment, and there's further discussion and analysis to be done to reach a conclusion on that. If that was to be the case, it would present some sort of challenges for council if, your core water staff associated with drinking water and wastewater services provision transferred to the water organisation. Then you would need to think about how you would retain the capability to manage that function. There's probably also practical challenges there because, in practice, stormwater often, enters the wastewater networks and things of that nature. So you would still need to work closely with the water organisation to take an integrated management approach around the waters. So there are some quite practical challenges there, but at this stage that is not the option that we have suggested, and the Waters Working Group hasn't reached a firm position either way on any of those options at this point.
Thank you. Right, any further questions from members or anything else you'd like to add, either of the Nicks?
Well, if I may,
Yes.
A bit of exciting news
Please.
is that we have Crown Infrastructure Partner, CIP, you will recognise from some national initiatives during COVID. They are now called NIFF, National Infrastructure Funding and Financing. Is that right, Paul? We have two representatives from that organisation in town for a couple of days. They are looking at, this is very exciting for me anyway, I'm not sure everyone around the table, but containerised wastewater treatment plants. So they're looking at communities like ours right around the country where we're struggling with affordability, small to medium-sized communities sort of dispersed around the district. Challenges like we have are everywhere, and they are recognising that if they can roll out a national solution, they might be able to put up 10 of these, 25 of these, 50 of these. They don't quite know yet. We are sort of first off out of the blocks here. So, we're having conversations with them, and as they look at designs for that, there's also an opportunity for funding and financing, which would be off our balance sheet. So that's another opportunity to to free up headroom, I guess, to invest in other things for the community. So hot off the press, exciting news that some of us get excited about.
We love hot off the press good news. Thank you, Councillor Isles.
Thank you. Just to continue on there, Nick, is that small communities or is that looking at Whakatane?
No, so they're looking at around 500 people per unit. So, which means that, for instance, no, I don't want to mention examples actually, because we're going through co-design for some of our communities, and we don't quite know whether this will apply just yet or where we will land, but it could be an opportunity. But it's 500 people per unit, so they are looking at up to a population of about 2,000, I think has been mentioned in their presentation, so that would be putting 4 of them together as one treatment plant for a community of 2,000 people.
Thank you. Cool.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Poon, did you have a question or a comment?
Oh, yes, it was just a comment, really. It just sounds like that we need to get on to the NIFI and the jiffy and then find out about this opportunity. Thank you.
Right, any other questions of clarification? Right, can I just add, I just want to acknowledge Karen Ashford, who's sitting at the rear of the room, who was actually part of the Three Waters team working in all the finances. So thank you very much for what you've been doing with us, Karen. Right, so I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Isles, Councillor James. Is there any debate? I'll put the motion. There's 5 motions that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive local waters done well and the transition report, and that we note the Three Waters Working Group, or Waters Walking Group of agenda of 21st of April 26. We note the DA report that was received, and we note that the development of the alternative financial strategy for the purpose of the WSCCO financial modelling, and that we also note that the financial and digital impacts for the transition to the IBU and exploration of the WSCCO. That is the motion. Is there any debate? Councillor Isles.
Just a comment more than anything. It seems to me that note seems to be creeping in at a very regular basis now through all reports. And I'm just wondering, what is the actual context of the word note? Is it just to highlight that they're... So we're going to see a lot more of noting, are we?
I seem to reference appendices and other additional information we've received. Chief Executive.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The intention with note is to highlight or put the spotlight on specific parts of the report, but in particular it's not so much about councillors, because councillors are familiar with reading reports and of course read them, but it is also to help the general public identify what might be really specific things that they should be focused on when they're reading a report. So we're trying to think of both audiences, the general public and council.
Thank you. Great to have that clarification.
And also, can I just, in terms of a question of clarification to either the governance team or yourself, when we receive and make the notes, is it an expectation that the chair reads all the notes out, or can we just refer to notes 2 to 6? Or is that something we can have discussion offline?
Yeah, discussion offline on process.
It depends too on what the content of the notes are. If they're pretty generic, you could easily just do 2 to 6.
All right, something we can talk about offline, and depending on the content of each of the notes, we can have that discussion. Right, well, just to close, I'd just like to thank Nick and Karen and anyone else in the Three Waters team. And just like a little gentle reminder to ourselves, Three Waters, Working Waters Group, all of the waters, has been a bit of a headache for everybody for the last few years. But the outcome of it is better water services and improved water infrastructure for all of our district and residents. And, you know, it's going to be once in a lifetime that we do this. So, you know, thanks to everyone that's working hard in the background. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, can we beg your pardon and got got sidetracked with my own little thank you. Can we please put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Right, I think we will break for a morning tea break now, folks, and we'll come back at 10:30. Thank you, everybody.
And we're just going to do a quick update on property file fees. If you need us to come in and just clarify any questions or toys treat, we can do that at like lunchtime.
Right, the microphone's going on.
Right, hello everyone once again, welcome back after our short break. We're now on the agenda, page 114, the sensitive expenditure policy. Just an update on this, and we've got Harvey Kiravel to the table. Good morning, Harvey.
Good morning, tēnā koutou. So the purpose of this report is to inform the committee that a new sensitive expenditure policy has been approved by the executive leadership team late March, and to highlight the key elements. So the Whakatane District Councils manage community assets and public money, and therefore needs to be responsible about how to spend money. Sensitive expenditure is spending on items or activities that could look inappropriate or attract public concerns, so it needs to be managed responsibly. Sensitive expenditure includes expenses like travel and accommodation, hospitality, core and donations. The sensitive expenditure policy helps setting out what is acceptable or not. One of the recommendations we had from the audit report in 2024 was to review the policy to ensure it aligns with the Office of the Auditor General guidelines. We've also looked at what other council were doing. So key findings from the review of the policy: a lot of the issues that were raised by audits were not necessarily related to the policy itself, but it was a lack of awareness or use of the policy by staff. So we've been liaising with the manager of people and capability to ensure that the policy will be socialized and included in induction processes and trainings. Another point was that the elected members' remuneration policy and the sensitive expenditure policy were not completely aligned, and there were duplication and discrepancies around some areas. So what are the changes that have been done? Following the key change is a scope change. Following research and discussion with audit, we've changed the scope of the policy. The expenditures and allowances for elected members will be governed by the elected member remuneration and expenses policy. So the sensitive expenditure policy will only apply to staff. So that's one of the key change. We've reviewed the layout. I guess it can be seen as minor, but we've tried to highlight the key principle at the start of the policy and then go through the important detail after. In terms of key changes that we've done, we've reviewed the general control with one-up principle, so that means that approval should be given by a person that's senior to the person that will benefit from the expense. We've reviewed the travel section with consideration of technology-enabled solutions. We reviewed the entertainment and hospitality section with clarification of the amounts. And finally, last but not least, we've updated the core sections to reflect the core guidelines. Essentially, they provide consistency across the organization for different events and occasions attended by the council, with recommended amount and clarification regarding the approvals. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. Do we have any questions from members? Independent Member Lucioli.
Thank you. I noticed going through it that there are still a few areas where there's a conflict between the policy and the Auditor General's guidelines, and I wondered whether those have been specifically considered and determined to be okay, to be in conflict. So specifically, it was around purchase of alcohol, use of air points, and the council use of supplier discounts all looked as if they were not in accordance with the guidance.
CFO?
Through the chair, yes, there has been consideration of those, and my experience from previous councils that some of those conversations happened as well. And I use the example of air points as one that is a deliberate decision, effectively, that's made, acknowledging the AOG recommendations in there. So yes, and it's been approved through executive, effectively, that it's reasonable in terms of the assumptions that they're making there.
Thank you. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. My question has already been asked, but just wanted to add my question about the alcohol reimbursement, when it's strongly recommended in 5111 of the Officer of Auditor General's report that increasingly local government in not having alcohol reimbursed, so probably just want to flag that. I guess my other question around the meal allowance costs, I don't want to get too picky, but they, in our current constraints, they do feel, especially breakfast allowance feels quite large. Does anyone want to comment about where those costs came from?
We looked at what other council were doing, and then we worked with manager people and capability and brought some feedback from their experience around existing practices and costs, and then we had further conversation with the executive team. Paul might want to add something.
No, I think the key one you referred to is that the consistency with other councils, particularly Taupo and Tauranga, effectively, to actually get an indication of what those numbers are.
Any other questions of clarification? Councillor Whittaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question's around tangi or a funeral, and I'm wondering to whom or where that applies.
Are you referring to koha in general?
Yeah, the koha. Yeah, sorry.
Just welcoming Donna to the table to talk about it.
Thank you. Thank you, David. So when you're saying when does it apply as when we are attending, is that what you are referring to? Sorry.
So just repeat that again.
Sorry about that. So your question is you're wanting to know that when would a koha apply for a tangihanga? It's when we feel that we need to be attending. It could be of someone prominent within the district, and it's appropriate for us to be able to go and pay our respects. So that's when we would be providing a koha.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Thank you for that, Donna. So basically, what happens is that Audit New Zealand says we should have a separate elected members remuneration policy and the sensitive expenditure policy for staff and or the mayor. Is that correct?
We asked them if there was a possibility, and it made sense for us because when we looked at it, there was really a lot of duplication. So all around, let's say, accommodation, hospitality, travel, and it was getting confusing for which one would apply. So I think the current policy around elected member remuneration will go to council. It's currently being reviewed. It's getting close to that process, and it will be much simpler, I think, to understand which one applies to.
Right, and just a supplementary for myself, is that elected members remuneration one consistent across all other councils, or is ours more of a standalone?
It's the elected member remuneration one is legislatively required. Emmeline might want to add it.
Sorry, Chair, could you just confirm the question for me? So your remuneration, that's set by the Remuneration Authority, but the remuneration and expenses policy will cover other things like travel, accommodation, access to training and things like that?
So is that component of it consistent across all councils?
Largely it's consistent, yeah. I'd say that it's pretty good practice. We've done some work looking at other councils and we think that'll be a good fit for us.
Thank you. Councillor James, you have a question.
You're just on page 134, sale of surplus assets to staff. One of them doesn't apply to land, and there's a few other, what it does, they can't be sold or given away to staff if there's a greater value could be obtained, but so does that mean that staff can't put in a price, like they can't buy it, or is it just saying that it's not going to get given to them, basically?
So staff can buy specific assets, but there need to be to follow a specific process, which is in the policy now, and usually it applies to assets that have a very low value, to be honest. In the past, I can remember of that being the case for outdated IT equipment. Yeah. And what the audit report was saying that they were asking for a bit more information around steps, so we've included this in the policy. But it doesn't apply to, it wouldn't apply to land or big assets. It's really like small items, I would say.
So it's not precluding staff from tendering or anything like that. It'd be just an open process.
Yeah, depending on the value of the asset. So there's thresholds set in the policy that as to at what level. It's, you know, I haven't got it in front of me, but I think it's off memory. It's under $100 can go to a community organisation, and then so there's thresholds set in there.
Okay, just a supplementary if I may. So this is all for staff, but does that also apply to councillors, or?
Are you saying in regard to elected members being able to purchase vehicles?
Yeah.
I don't think there is anything about councillors being able to purchase stuff in the current councillor policy. So we don't have any rules at the moment.
Councillor Whittaker, I had Councillor Hamill first. Was yours in regards to the same topic or a different question?
Mine, yeah, it was. It was around the vehicles.
Yes.
And I was wondering whether you have that policy of offering the vehicles when they've reached 100,000 or, so many years to the staff, that they put in I suppose a quote is how much they want to pay for them, because the regional council does that, and I had purchased 2 vehicles in the past, which I found was very good.
Thank you. I think Paul will answer that one.
I think our policy is pretty much we try and get the maximum value back through turners or equivalent effectively to ensure we're getting the most value out of those.
No, you actually, everyone puts in a quote of it's how much they're going to pay, and then the council would decide who they would give it to. It's usually the highest person.
In my 5 years here, any vehicles went to turners because we're all about getting the maximum price. We haven't had any internal closed auctions. And it's just not something we would do. We would always go. But anyone can bid through turners, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the travel, how often do our staff fly internationally?
Really?
We had management challenge
2 years.
2 years ago?
2.5 years ago, we had 7 staff go to Australia for 2 days or 3 days for a Taituara management challenge event. That's the last I can remember in my 6 years.
Thank you. So it's not a common occurrence. Thank you.
Any other questions of clarification from members? All right, there being no more questions of clarification, I'll call for a mover and a seconder that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the Sensitive Expenditure Policy Update Report, and that we note the key findings and changes from the Sensitive Expenditure Policy. And we also note the Sensitive Expenditure Policy was approved by the Executive Leadership Team on the 24th of March 2026. Moved by Councillor Isles, seconded by Councillor Ranaway Morgan. Any debate? Thank you, Mayor Tunchos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not really a debate. I just wanted to make the additional comment just for the public who are listening that when General Manager Hatch referred to the Taituara, that's the local government body, so that the travel to Australia was associated with the local government Taituara event. Thank you.
Right, and I've just also got a comment that just when you're looking through on page 144 of the Koha policy, it's really pleasing to see how we are recognising the contribution with our iwi partners and our hapu when we need to attend any of those events. Right, all those in did you have a comment, Councillor Hamill?
So we're in debate time?
We're in debate, yes.
Can I clarify that we're not, it's already been approved by ELT, so these are just comments that we can make, but it's already, sensitive expenditure policy has already been passed. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Taking the feedback.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would like to give some feedback just around that. I think the perception of staff being able to have alcohol when it's not recommended in the OAG guidelines, I think that's something that we should revisit. I think with the current climate, our need to reduce costs, I know it's not huge in the scheme of things, but it is a perception issue, and I think we could follow the OAG guidelines more closely on that particular issue, as on some of the others that Ms Patchouli brought up.
Any further comments or debate? Right, well, all those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Harvey. Right, so we're now moving to page 191, and this is the financial report, and we have the CFO leading us out with this one here.
Thank you. Just to introduce the quarterly financial report up until the end of March. Relative to the last quarter, very much a continuation of that performance. The most significant change we've had overall is actually our valuation of derivatives, which is a non-financial impact. So it has moved the overall bottom line figure, it's not actually having any impact on our overall rating surplus or deficit for the year. So there's no change from that perspective. There was a late tabled item that shows the impact of the balanced budget as well. That is tracking consistent with our annual plan forecasts. Importantly to call out is that there was the revaluation of roading, as you may remember we've mentioned in previous meetings. That has put additional pressure on that balanced budget. What we're seeing in terms of some of the savings reflected as we progress through this year has offset that, so we're still on track despite that pressure of 1.7 million on coming through from that roading revaluation. So,
excuse me, CFO, just for the councillors, if you go to your Stella, that extra Appendix 2, which has the balanced budget, is in there if you haven't already identified where that document is. Oh, and it's just been handed out.
Yes, yep, sorry.
Yeah. Could you take us through that just from the top to the bottom, please, Chief Financial Officer?
Sure. So it's broken down, that page is broken down, everyone's got that now, into two sections. The top section is referred to as the Local Government Act Balanced Budget. That does still include, and the most notable item it includes is capital subsidies. So we make some adjustments to reflect that they are not ongoing and should not be counted in terms of paying for in our actual true balanced budget calculation. So that comes to the 11.7 million versus the 13.2 million that was reflected in that Local Government Act calculation in the top section of the paper. The second section is our adjusted balanced budget, so it removes the implications of capital subsidies. It also removes depreciation that isn't funded. Now, that is what I would call genuine non-funded depreciation, and it largely reflects the depreciation for roading assets that we will get subsidy from the New Zealand Transport Agency at the time of renewal, so we don't double count, we don't go and charge the ratepayer for it and get a subsidy. So that's the first level of adjustment in there. I've spoken about that roading revaluation. That's the component that we do need to fund. The loan funded projects, for example, the ERP and local water's done well. They're based on council resolutions that we will fund them over a period of time. So they go through our operational cost line, but they are largely funded through debt and an element of debt repayment. So again, that's an adjustment there. And the same of reserve funding. We can't double count, so things that are going through our reserves, we make that adjustment for. That takes us to the adjusted line of a forecast of 8.1 million versus what we had in the budget of 8.5. The most noticeable headwinds, as I said before, was that roading revaluation of an additional 1.8 million, but we are covering that through the savings that are reflected in the report.
All right, thank you. And if we can go back now to the main report, back to like 3.1.
So, yeah, just to conclude the introduction, just talk a little bit about the capital program. You'll note that that's currently sitting at 38% delivery. We know that is low. There's a lot of work being done to realign our annual plan budget for 27, as well as the introduction of our new EPMO, Aratakina, and looking to actually significantly improve that performance in the next year. In terms of any the projects that make that up, they are reflected in paragraphs, just trying to find it, or page 196, I think it is, of the agenda, 197 of the agenda. There's some detail about the projects that are looking not to be completed this year, and further detail on the actual operating budgets and revenue budgets are included from page 194 of the report.
All right, I'll just pause there just for a wee moment, just to see if there's any questions of clarification from members. Councillor Dennis?
Thank you. I've got a few questions here. If you go to the first bullet point on page 192, it says that our operating deficit is $17 million, right? Yeah. So that's OPEX. So the overall full year forecast is 22 million. So that 17 million that's year to date. So our full deficit will be 22 million, right? So if you go down the third bullet point, an actual deficit of all activities is 8 million. So to go from that 22.2 million down to 8 million, that must mean we've got a positive 14 million in our CapEx. Is that true?
Yes, the difference will be that the capital movements going through there. I was trying to work it out in my head exactly those numbers, but you're right in the sense that the difference between the two is effectively the lines going through the capital revenue and expense line. And it will also include things like that, gain or loss on derivatives, for example, will be included in there as well, in terms of those adjustments.
Yep. So since I've been here, since 2019, we have never ever spent our CapEx. We've always only spent between 30 and 50%, and it's been an ongoing burden for us all. So my concern is if at this stage of the game, and we've only got 3 months to the end of the financial year, if I'm correct, we've only spent 38%, why do we continually, over the last 7 years, budget for a higher amount, which people have to pay extra rates for, when we know we can't achieve it historically? So when you take all that into account, why aren't we doing a true budget and saying, actually, we can achieve this much, so this is what we're going to charge historically over the last 7 years? But it's like we always have this wish list, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and we never hit it. But it's the ratepayers are paying for it. And then my other one too, with the surplus of OPEX, which was 22 million, and we go back to, we've always been told this is something that's come out of COVID and all that, and we all understand that argument, but here we are 5 years later, and we're still spending more than we're getting in. Isn't it about time we actually said that to drop the OPEX back down to our income's only, say, 85%, why don't we just go across the board and drop all expenditure 85% and actually have a balanced budget? I mean, otherwise we just continue to go around in circles. And you can make savings, but the savings will actually, are temporary savings. Of course, your main issue is you're spending more than your income.
Good luck with unpacking all of that.
I'll take the first, and I might lean on the Chief Executive to add any input to this one, but acknowledge the comment about capital expenditure, and it's something that we're really conscious of doing. There's a lot of work going on in terms of next year's budget, and one of the things that we're trying to avoid is the fairly large carry forwards, because I think our program isn't so bad when you look at it. It's the level of carry forward from the previous years that's adding to it each year that is creating that issue. So we will bring a report to you before we finalise the annual plan budget, which basically looks to re-budget, not just to next year, but re-budget to following years as well, to actually look to get a more achievable capital program in place. So that's one thing that's happening within there. So our carry forward number will be lower because we will re-budget. That will make that a more realistic number. Our borrowing costs are reflective of the debt we incur, so we don't charge based on what the program was set at that level. We charge based on what our interest actually costs for the year. So that's another point to make within there. The third point I'd make is that there's a lot of work going on through the Aratakina or EPMO program that is really focused on ensuring that we have the right prioritised program and moving through gateways to ensure delivery is able to occur within that year. So, for example, if we haven't got designs in place, can we do it in that year? If we haven't got consents in place, can we do it in that year? So it's testing some of those things harder than we've tested in the past. So there's a number of things going on in to actually ensure that we lift our capacity to deliver and budget to a more realistic level in terms of that. But the thing I just stress the most is we are charging based on what our debt is required. So we're not charging on, but if we said their program was going to be here and it only is there, we are effectively, that would result in some form of rating change throughout the year, because this is going to get confusing. But we don't include the carry forward in terms of our debt finding for the year.
But if that's true, if we don't actually borrow the money till we need it, so there's obviously 60-odd% that we haven't borrowed, why is there a deficit in CapEx of 14 million, which you've minus derivatives, which you've just talked about?
Yeah, the deficit in capital is
that a paper figure?
We haven't done the program.
So there's not really that deficit. It's not really a deficit, the 14 million.
Well, it's reflective of that we haven't actually completed that capital. So, but yeah, yes, it's not a deficit in terms of our funding required for it. If that makes sense. So, did you want to add anything? Or?
Just that we did highlight in the annual planning process last year that our CapEx program was over-ambitious and the carryovers were escalating that problem. And we began last annual plan at trying to reduce that down to a more achievable level. It's very difficult to do that though, because at the same time we had the water services plan, which had particular requirements around capital spend, so that was being driven, and also your transport program. It was moving around a little bit because the government was going through funding cuts. So it was a difficult process to go through. We got it down a bit. We know it's still probably over-ambitious for the capacity we have in the organisation, the history of performance, and also the capacity we have in our community to deliver on the program. But the next long-term plan is where we set that 10-year view for the capital program. So that's actually the most appropriate place to adjust your capital program over the long term. So yeah, just adding to that, yeah, we have started that process of trying to get the capital to a more achievable level based on our past performance.
I do appreciate your comments, Councillor Dennis, because it has been on the mind of many of us about our CapEx delivery, and thank you for the reassurance that we are not rating for things that that we're not delivering on, but the carry forwards are always a concern. Councillor Isles. Oh, yes.
Just the second part of the question was just around the why aren't we bringing the expenditure down to balance the budget? That is a conversation that we're having through the annual plan and long-term plan. We have brought the expenditure down this year, and we have started to close that gap. That is a multi-year process to do that, with the aim that by 2029 that gap will be closed. But it is a significant deficit to close, so it is taking a number of years to actually work through bringing expenditure down to be able to actually get to that full balanced budget by 29.
I'll just comment that maybe we might need to be a bit more ruthless. I know if you have a household or a normal business, and I know this isn't a normal business, but if they live in that sort of deficit where they're spending more than they're bringing in over 5 years, they're gone, history. And so, but the other one with your capital expenditure thing, where you're saying what concerns me, if we drop that so that we are only doing what we can do, that means we'll drop the amount that we're budgeting for capital expenditure, and you'll lose that paper surplus you see you've got there of the 14 million. So that, in effect, that will actually push our deficit up, won't it? So if our OPEX deficit is 22 million, but it's balanced down to 8 by the fact that we've got a paper surplus of the CapEx that we haven't actually picked up yet, wouldn't that actually, then we get rid of that capital surplus, it'll push that deficit up?
No, sorry, I'm getting, it's not a paper deficit effectively that sits there. Our true operating balance budget deficit is at 8 million reflected on that handout. That's the deficit that sits within there. Our capital program conversation is about actually how we actually set the right level within there. The confusing point at the moment is that the carry forwards are effectively meaning we're adding CapEx in, which we're not technically adding the interest cost and so forth in, because they've been added in prior years. So that's what's happening, which is causing that. So it won't, lowering our capital program will not impact negatively on our deficit. The deficit is very much about our operational revenue, and that needs to cover our operational expenditure. That won't impact that at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dennis, and CFO. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was just really a bit of a follow-on from the comment you made with regards to the unspent capital portion and it not being rateable, or had not been rated. In most cases, that is the case, correct, Paul?
Yeah, it's quite a difficult one to explain, because what's happening is that we are rating for our capital program as we said in our annual plan. So if we've got a 50 million capital program, we look to rate for that. We're then carrying forward 17 or 15 or 20 million from the previous year. And that's the bit, so that's what I'm saying, we're not rating for the full amount in that year, because we're only picking up on the number that we've got in the capital program there. So that's what's happening there.
Right, I have a couple of questions myself, but I'm trying to keep to the order of the pages. Councillor Boynton, your question was on what
Mine
page?
was on page 194.
Okay, we'll take Councillor Boynton's, and I'm also on page 194. Thank you.
Yes, 194, the 7.5, I think it is. Yeah, 7.5, page 194. And just relating to the subsidies and grants for operation purposes and the forecast around operating subsidies. My question was around the first bullet point where it says, noting Cyclone Vaianu costs are not yet included in forecasts but will be collated in a final report. So are you saying that there's still costs that the council has to consider as part of this overall budget that has not been inputted yet?
There are still additional costs to come through from the cyclone. On page 196,
Oh, sorry.
there's actually the estimate of a number of those costs, the largest by far being transport, which is 83% funded through the Transport Agency. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
And my question on the same page is, what is the expectation or likelihood that NZTA will refund or fund us that amount?
David might want to add more to it, but I think the 83% is fairly secure.
Yeah, it is. So a normal fire rate is 65%, and you can get that accelerated fire rate once you exceed a certain threshold, and we're pretty confident we're going to exceed that threshold through this year's storm events. The sheer number of them and the cost will take us over that threshold. So it's an automatic elevation to the 83% once you hit that threshold.
All right. And just what is the time lag on that from us having to pay the costs of these to recuperating them? 3 months? Or?
Yeah, it's sort of months. I mean, we are still collating the costs still.
Okay.
So once they are done, it's a pretty quick process to then be able to put it into NZTA and get the reimbursement. Yep.
All right.
So, through the Chair, if I could just mention one more cost that we're just monitoring very closely that I should have alluded to earlier, is just around the fuel crisis. And a lot of our costs are based on the quarterly indexes, which the fuel crisis really we didn't see at the end of the March quarter, but we do expect that there will be significant movements for the June quarter. So we're just very conscious that that might have a negative impact on that year-end result based on those costs coming through that we see through that quarter. So we're just closely monitoring it, but it's a difficult one to deal with.
Thank you for that. Councillor James, is your question in page order?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great,
Madam
thank
Chair.
you.
194, just under user fees and charges. I mean, I know it's only 1% down on budget, but is that a trend that people just aren't bothering to pay, or is it less happening in the district, or we don't know?
I think the biggest one has been our holiday park, which we've now seen come back up. And that's probably the biggest actual impact on that overall user fee number. So if that trend continues, I would be hopeful that that would close down. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Isles, does you have another question?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, item 7.5, page 196, excuse me, bullet point 5, the approximate 60k additional cost for the anticipated largely related additional volumes of green waste. Did a lot of that amount come about due to the amnesty that we gave ratepayers to get the green waste into, which is something that, again, Paul?
Yeah, I think, and there is cost of the operation that's reflected in that number. So, but we obviously weren't collecting revenue through that period.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question on page 195. Councillor Dennis, your page number?
196.
Right, 195, please. Down towards the bottom, or the second bullet point at the bottom of the page, talking about our additionally 105k budget for resilience fund project has no spend forecast. Does that mean we have $105,000 that we're not spending?
Yes.
So will it be spent in the fourth quarter?
I will need to check unless there's someone in the room that can.
We wouldn't like to have to hand any money back.
No, I don't think it's handing back money. That's rated.
It's in the budget.
Yeah. And the intention behind it originally was it was proposed through the last LTP as quite a large sum of money to invest in, I guess, mitigating the risk of a hazard. But what was proposed was sort of $1 million a year type of figure. What ended up in the budget was $100,000 for 1 year. And I guess, we're in the scopes of, well, what do you spend $100,000 on to mitigate a natural hazard risk? So I think it's unlikely to be spent this year, and I think it will come back up through your LTP conversations, whether you wish to contemplate such a fund in the future.
All right, thank you. Councillor Dennis, what page number was your next question on?
196, the very top bullet point of electricity costs. Forecast higher than budget, 9%. Does that include the savings we've made of 62,000 on this building?
It's net of savings, yeah.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about anything further down on the report? Oh, Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. Page 198, the new credit rating will be advised in June. Are we anticipating that to be a lower credit rating?
Great question. I would say no. Touch wood. I don't see anything that would indicate that we would be either put on a negative watch or downgraded. They will not downgrade straight away. They will at worst put us on a negative watch. The negative watch would normally come about if they start to see revenue being lowered or capital expenditure being increased. Neither of those we see at this point in time. I think there's a lot more risk when we get to the next few years because they really look on a 3-year window. Once we start to get into this situation of rates caps and things and revenue, potentially not, being more constrained effectively by legislation, then something could happen at that point. But I would, Julie might want to comment, but I would not expect us to have any impact on our rating this year. I hope I don't regret saying that.
Yeah. Welcome to the table, Julie. Yeah. Do you have any comment on that?
Just that 2 days ago we got information through from Fitch on 2 other councils and they reaffirmed their rating, so it would seem at this stage the trend is, unless there's something earth-shatteringly wrong, that they're reaffirming they're not taking the ratings down right now. Okay.
Right, so we're on page 198. Any questions on page 199? Councillor Isles. 197. Oh, 197, I beg your pardon.
No, that's where I am. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Bullet point, Ruatoki water treatment 3.8, Murupara water treatment upgrades 3.6. Delayed owing to access considerations and river works. Is that the only reason they're delayed?
Can we come back to you on that?
Yeah, we'll have to come back to you on that. We need Nick to be able to answer that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Right, thank you. And, Councillor Boynton? Yes?
Just following on from that, just a few months ago, relating to the water in Ruatoki, there was a great concern from the community then around the urgency and the need for the council to bring forward what the new system was going to be. So I'm just adding that comment if you're going to be coming back to us. Thank you.
That was the reason for me asking, Councillor.
Thank you, councillors.
I can perhaps add.
Yes?
Yeah, because I have been involved in the Ruatoki water conversation. So, they are progressing well. So we're at the point of having identified sites for a new treatment plant. We're working through TUT in terms of considerations there, but we're getting there. So I think it's most positive as it's been for a long time, and I think the urgency, both from the community particularly and from our side, is heightened those conversations. So I think we'll get there soon.
Thank you. And I have a quick question on page 199, perhaps it's for Julie. Generally when we see the Treasury report, and I know we've got PWC going to be giving an update later in the session, when I see everything green, I really just skim over, but I see a red one there in year 6, Julie. Have you got a comment about the red cross? What does that mean for us?
Yes, we dropped below compliance in the 6-year category. So in the 6-year category, we have to have fixed debt of between 20 and 70%. And as the years rolled through, it's gone down to 18%. So we're under by 2%. We've since transacted some swaps to make ourselves compliant again. We've blended and extended 3 existing swaps so that we're back in compliance. So as at 31st of March, we were out of compliance. Today we're not, basically.
It's a movable
Yeah, you can fix more debt via swaps at any stage. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Going forward, any other questions on other pages? I'm on page 201. It's good to see the rate rebates increasing. It means our messaging is getting out there. And then we come to the PWC Treasury Report. We'll be having a presentation from then. Did anyone have any questions on this part of the report, or you're happy to wait later this afternoon? Our next session. Yes, Councillor Whittaker.
I just have a question, and I see it's on page 200, and it talks about our loans and our fixed rate of interest around 3.7 to 3.83, and I remember reading about Three Waters borrowing from local government, and the rate that they're going to give us is around about 5.25. I'm wondering, why is there such a difference between those rates of interest?
Through the Chair, fundamentally two reasons. One is this is based on our costs at the moment, not necessarily a long-term forecast of what interest would look like, which is expected to be a little bit higher than where we are in the current borrowing market. The second is that coming back to the comment on leverage, Waters is still, even in the CCO, it can borrow up to a larger amount, and therefore its credit quality is slightly lower, and therefore its cost is slightly higher. So Waters can borrow a bit more, cost us a little bit more, but the biggest implication effectively is that long-term debt number. Like for example, our forecast long-term debt in the long-term plan is closer to 5% than these numbers because of those long-term interest rate forecasts look like.
Okay. Thank you for that, Paul.
Thank you. Councillor Boynton.
It was page 201, 7.5.5, and it was just really asking again, how close are we to getting the Ministry of Transport debt paid to the council?
We are close for the first part of it. We are down to the nitty-gritty of agreeing the final accounts with Audit New Zealand for the first years that we're talking about in that transaction. Then we need to roll into the subsequent ones. So my real desire is to get at least the first ones cleared by the end of June, so we've got some money coming in. But I think, as I've said in the past, we are a little bit at the mercy of Audit New Zealand in this one in terms of getting them to actually fit it within their program. But we are doing everything we can to actually get that. And an email came through last night with some final adjustments. What I would say is that's not the first email that's come through on final adjustments. So it is a lengthy progress, but we are making progress, slower than what I would like.
Thank you, Paul. And it's good for our public to know that we are chasing that. I think it's estimated to be 1.5.
Yeah, it's actually, I think by the time we get there, it'll be in excess of 2 million.
Great.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, we won't be getting that by June this year. It'll be the first years of because we have to clear them year by year effectively in terms of the accounts, and there's a change of auditor that occurs, so we have to,
But it's being worked on. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Dukes.
I just wanted to add to that. Chair Leslie and myself are meeting with Audit New Zealand. We've got an online meeting tomorrow morning, so we will be once again, as we do at our usual meeting catch-ups with them, raising that issue so it doesn't go off the radar for them. So yeah, we're quite consistent with our chasing up on it.
Thank you. Right, do members have any other questions to deal with the finance report? If not, I'll put the motion that I'll have a mover and a seconder for the motion of receiving the Finance Performance Risk Committee report, half-year report. Thank you. Member Lucioli is the mover. Deputy Mayor Dukes is the seconder. Any debate? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the Chief Financial Officer, and thank you, Julie. Right, and I'd now like to move into our presentation from PWC this morning. Can I welcome to the table, please, Mr. Brett Johnson and Rajiv Verma, who will talk us through our Treasury report. Johansson. Oh, Johansson, yes, thank you, Councillor. And there is in your stellar presentation files, there is a copy of the presentation. In your stellar files, there is a separate presentation from PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning and welcome.
It's good to be here. Myself and Raj will spend, I think, half an hour with you today, and maybe we go through our presentation and take questions after that, if that's all right.
That's fine, so if members can hold their questions to the end and note them down as we go through, that'd be great.
Today we're going to take a high-level view of Treasury management as it's relevant to Council. We're going to focus on the statutory objectives set out in the Act, and we're going to talk about the Treasury framework, which is your Treasury management policy. We'll just talk about some of the key inputs that are taken in terms of, certainly from management's perspective, in terms of implementing the policy, particularly around changing debt forecasts, which is an issue right across the sector. We're going to talk around financial market risks and how they impact Council's budgetary performance and how we think about those risks and how the Treasury framework recognises, monitors and manages those risks, and that's reported back to Council. And then we'll talk about the things that we think about when we think about debt funding and interest rate risk management. So Raj will take us through that. So the Act is very clear that Council needs to have a Treasury management policy. So it talks about a liability management policy and investment policy, and those policies are set out in your Treasury management policy. The Act is very clear in terms of what you are trying to achieve as a Council, as a sector, and it uses the word prudent financial manager, which is very clear when you're setting the risk appetite statement within your policy. It also uses words such as stewardship, so thinking about not only the current ratepayer base but also the future ratepayer base, and has an intergenerational quality to them, which is exactly how it should be, given the long-term economic lives of your infrastructure assets that you invest in. So the Act sort of helps us in terms of that prudent financial manager approach, exercising care, diligence and skill in the Treasury decisions that Council makes. And the risk statement from there is set out the Treasury framework. So recognising the risks that you do have and putting a limit system around that. And it's a constant proactive management of your Treasury risks. So the policy very much sort of sets out that risk statement. Your policy gives comfort to key stakeholders, and we'd identify those key stakeholders in Council as not only your ratepayers but also bank lenders, the local government funding agency that lends both short-term debt and long-term debt to Council to fund your long-term life to assets, auditors, trustee, and also your credit rating agency Fitch. all gather comfort from the fact that you've got a policy framework that you manage these risks to. So what are these treasury risks? The first one is what we call liquidity risk, and that's basically having cash or the availability of cash at any point in time to pay your bills and your obligations on time. The second part of the policy thinks about how you fund those long-term intergenerational infrastructure assets, and not being a commercial organisation, you don't have access to equity markets. Your form of long-term borrowing is from the LGFA, and typically it's that long-term debt instrument which is used to fund those assets to help you achieve your financial strategy and to fund your balance sheet over, on an intergenerational perspective. And the other part of the policy is just recognising what underlying financial market risks that you have. And financial market risks can awaken at any time. Normally these financial market risks or shocks hit us from external to New Zealand, and we've got to continue to manage council's business despite changes in interest rates or changes in credit spreads. So the policy allows us to forward manage these risks and give us some comfort that that risk is being protected and managed, to ultimately give you some certainty around achieving your annual plans and achieving your long-term plan as well, your financial strategy. And these risks that council assumes, you naturally assume these risks, just the business of what council does. These the monitoring, management and reporting of those risks back to council. And in terms of the next slide, bit of a honeycomb approach to your framework sitting within your treasury management policy, and it really articulates again those types of treasury risks that you do have, but right in the middle there is prudent financial manager. So that's the risk statement, and importantly the delegations. The delegations are such that council approves the policy and then delegates down to Chief Executive of Management to implement that policy. And there's a certain amount of discretion that management has to implement that policy, and as part of that responsibility is to report back to council and the governors in terms of managing the risk within that framework. So liquidity and debt funding, we talked about. Interest rate risk management, that affects our borrowing costs. Investments that we have, not only treasury investments, we're investing cash and with the banks, but we also have longer term equity investments like the joint venture, for instance, with the airport and other equity investments. Operational risk, it ensures that when you're entering into a financial transaction or a treasury transaction, it's all bona fide, because these contracts are long-standing. So ensuring that the checks and balances there, the appropriate approvals are there to enter into these arrangements, and good old internal controls is ensuring that there's more than one set of eyes looking over these transactions to ensure they're fit for purpose for council. And counterparty exposures. So when we're putting money with the bank, for instance, we want to make sure we receive that money back when that term deposit matures, or so we diversify our risk. But essentially what we're trying to do across the policy is spread and smooth our risks. So we don't want to have a concentration of risks. So if interest rate markets change, credit markets change, council can continue to do the business of council, and council has time to prepare itself for that new market condition. And you generally would do that through your annual planning process, your long-term planning process. So essentially a lot of the limits you have within your policies to spread and smooth risk and not have a concentration of risk at any one point in time. And we'll see some charts that just shows you how volatile markets can be from time to time. It's also good to just sit back and quantify, what is the element of risk that we have as a council. And this is a good example. If we didn't have any protection in place around our wholesale interest rate risk and interest rates went up by 1%, that's effectively a 2.5% impact on rates in terms of rates increases. So it is reasonably material, and we have a sensitivity to that. We're aware of that, and that's why we've built the framework around protecting council from changes in underlying sort of financial market risks. Raj will put up a slide later on. You can see that 77% of your interest rate risk at the moment is protected through the fixing of interest rate risk. One of the big challenges for the sector and for council, and something that a regular conversation at our monthly Treasury meetings when we meet with Julie and Heidi, is what's happening around the debt forecasts. And there's very good reasons why debt forecasts change, but we want to be flexible and only manage risk that we know we're going to have. And so this ongoing conversation about debt levels is an important part of success around implementing the Treasury policy. And we've just put up a slide that just shows you the various LTPs and where debt has actually landed. And look, this is an issue across the sector. Fitch, your credit rating agency, understands that as well. There's every good reason why capital expenditure programs don't get delivered as expected. But that's why within the policy there is a bit of discretion, there is a bit of flexibility, because we don't want to be in a position where we've raised debt and we're not using that debt, spending that debt. We don't want to protect long-term interest rate risk, and eventually the debt doesn't arrive, or we don't draw it down. So that's one of the ongoing conversations we have, very key around policy implementation. We very much do use the LTP debt forecast, but there's the ability in terms of the implementation of the policy to have a haircut or a management reforecast to get an update in terms of what the actual debt forecast is unfolding. So that's an important point to just note around policy implementation. In terms of financial market risks, I think, Raj, you were going to do this slide, were you?
Yes, I can take that on, yep. I guess as Brett's highlighted, here we go. As Brett's highlighted around the Treasury framework and what we're trying to achieve in terms of spreading and smoothing risk. This chart shows how volatile interest rate markets can be, and I guess if we don't have a framework in place, then I guess council would be exposed to those movements in underlying interest rates, and we've seen how material an impact that can have in terms of needing to raise then revenue to cover those increased interest costs. So the policy that we have in place helps to protect against these movements and helps council again spread and smooth those interest costs and adjust to new market conditions. But I guess this chart here was really to highlight the volatility that you can see in interest rates. And similarly, if we move forward into the next slide here, you can see in terms of the funding margins that you can see from the LGFA, just as an example here, seeing how volatile those can be also. And I want to just highlight on the far left of that chart, when we went into COVID lockdown, a lot of uncertainty in the market, saw LGFA credit margins effectively double. So the reason why we have a funding policy in place is to, again, help spread and smooth some of those repricing risk, and not having all our debt kind of maturing in one particular time band and being fully exposed to changes in those funding margins and market conditions. Cool. So I've covered off a little bit of that, but I guess within the funding and liquidity management policy framework, we're looking to manage within the LGFA financial covenants, and we have policy limits which council approved and then delegated to management to manage within, as Brett highlighted earlier. And I guess, looking to achieve that smoothing of debt maturities so that we don't have a large concentration of debt maturing at one particular point in time. And that allows to ensure that we're not repricing your entire debt portfolio at current market levels, but also to, spread some of those refinancing decisions as well. So, and I guess we project forward in time to kind of see future non-compliance and how to manage that risk ahead of that. Pre-funding of debt maturities as well. So I guess this is viewed favourably by your rating agency, Fitch. They like to see that, as that shows prudent financial risk management in terms of raising or refinancing the debt ahead of maturity and essentially being held in cash or deposits to be then used to repay the maturing debt tranche. And I guess, the policy ensures that we have a liquidity buffer in place to ensure that, council has sufficient liquidity to meet obligations as they fall due. So we have a mix of, bank facilities for liquidity purposes and also committed debt facilities with the LGFA as well, both fixed and floating in nature. And so this chart kind of gives and hopefully this is familiar to you all in terms of how we look at that risk profile, and this provides a summary of how we are tracking relative to the policy limits, which you can see in the bottom left of the chart there. But essentially this is what we use when we meet on a monthly basis with management to discuss the risk positions and any strategies arising from that as well.
Excuse me, Raj, I know we were going to hold questions to the end, but we've got some new councillors around the table, and also for the benefit of more experienced councillors, could you just take us through this slide and identify what each one of those components of it mean?
Yes, can do very, very quickly. Yep. In the bottom left of the table, we've got, your time band. So we've got labelled buckets there. So in the 0 to 3 year period, the policy enforces, a minimum of 15% of debt maturing in that period and a maximum of 60%. And you can see that we've got 44% of debt maturing currently in that period. So well within policy bands there. And similarly, as you kind of move down that table, you've got your policy limits per each time band. So green means good, red means that we need to look at a strategy essentially. And then in terms of that liquidity piece up the on the top left, that's just showing the level of liquidity that council is carrying and relative to a minimum requirement of 110% as required by the Treasury policy. Anything you want to add? No.
And just those the bar graph or the box graph?
Yes, so I guess those bars are essentially showing the, I guess, the maturity of the various debt tranches. So you can see how much the concentration of debt maturing in each particular time or year. And you can see that we have followed the policy essentially in terms of trying to spread and smooth some of those debt maturities.
So of the debt that council's got at the moment of 193 million, it's a snapshot at a point in time saying, looking ahead into the future, when is the maturity date or expiry date of that debt? Because we know that debt will be refinanced, and we're trying to manage that refinance risk and the repricing risk. It gets reset at a different debt price and sometime in the future. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
I think that helps explain a few things.
Good. I guess moving forward in covering the interest rate risk management policy. So again, we look at interest rate risk on a more medium to long-term focus, and I guess the debt forecasts are a crucial input into that interest rate risk management policy. So the policy limits apply to those debt forecasts, and as Brett mentioned, we have the ability to we review those forecasts with in our discussions with management in terms of and the interest rate risk profile, to those debt forecasts as we discuss it with management on a monthly meeting basis. And again, the key thing we're looking to do is to spread and smooth our forward interest rate position, and we again project the profile forward to identify future non-compliance and accordingly formulate interest rate risk management strategies to help manage within the policy framework. So we use a mix of both fixed rate debt, which is via the LGFA, and interest rate swaps to help with that fixed rate portfolio. But yeah, I think that covers off most of that slide. If I just move forward, so this profile shows, I guess the red line showing the debt forecast level, and the black lines on that chart showing the minimum and maximum policy bounds, and I guess that orangey blob in the middle showing what the level of fixing in place is at the moment. And I guess if you look at current level, we're currently 77% hedged based on the point in time current debt level, so good level of protection to the movements in market rates. So I think that's all I really want to cover on this slide, unless there's anything you'd want to add.
no, happy to take any questions if there are any particular questions around that.
Right, any questions from members? Councillor Boynton, thank you.
Oops.
It is quite complicated, I guess, to try and receive all of this detailed kind of information. I guess my question was more general, and it was around, with this new policy from the new pieces of legislation, how is this not a double up of the processes that we already currently have in place when we go through an audit sort of process? Is this just an additional unfunded mandate that the councils have to do on top of what they're already doing to go through an audit process where we, like we've normally done?
Through the chair, I might answer that. So council is required under the LGA to have a treasury policy. This policy is set by council, and then so it's not an additional piece of legislation. It's a policy set by council as required, and it comes back to one of the first slides that Brett put up around the requirement under this, is, particular section 1, prudent financial management, and that is what's reflected in the policy.
Okay, so this is just covering something that we didn't already have. Sorry, I thought it was related to the new piece government legislation that was passed recently.
No. This has been in place. Yep.
Deputy Mayor Dukes.
Thank you. I'm just talking in relation to your slide on page 7 about the interest rate sensitivity. Clearly it's a good thing for us to be doing. I was just curious to know the cost to us to do that. I'm talking about the interest rate sensitivity.
So the cost to actually protect your risk?
Yes.
I suppose it's probably hard to definitively. It's probably the question is if you didn't do it, what would be the the cost, right?
Okay.
Which
is it hundreds of thousands? Is it
Yeah, I think it's hard to. Well, the Act, the way it's structured in terms of prudence, would never allow you to have a policy that did not fix or provide some certainty around your interest rate cost, because I think that would be misaligned.
Not in any way querying the fact that it is beneficial for us to do. I was just wondering what it sort of did cost us to actually, have to do what we need to do.
Yeah, it's hard to give a definitive answer to that at this point. Unless you did some analysis.
Through the chair, if I just add to that, I guess agreeing exactly with what Brett has said, there are certain costs that we can pick up, like, for example, the cost of liquidity in terms of having bank facilities is a cost, but it is also a requirement. So it's one of those things that, we do need to have.
Not disputing that,
Yeah, I think there's always going to be a cost to having certainty and a cost to not having certainty. Yeah.
Any other questions from members? I have a few, that's all right. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the presentation. And I know that when we receive the PWC Treasury Report within our agendas, there's about 7 or 8 pages. And so if you were a governor, what would be the slide that you think we need to take the most notice of? Was it that one that had your funding summary, the liquidity and risk position? Because I know often from experience when I read through them, as long as everything's ticked green, it's a little bit of a pass over. And we just noticed there was one red in year 6 in this month's agenda. But is the funding maturity profile the key one that we should be looking at, or would it be the one further down the line with the interest rate risk profile?
There is a dashboard which has your ticks on you. That's a key page. I presume you're seeing that, and that looks at all the specific areas of your Treasury policy: liquidity, debt funding, interest rate risk management, counterparty risk management, and you should see a tick there to say compliance. So I think that would be a page that I would refer to give comfort as a governor. And then going into those other pages that Raj presented, the debt funding, that provides you with the next level of detail, and the interest rate risk management page that gives you a bit more detail around that. So I would say those are the 3 key pages that I'd be sort of focusing on.
All right.
Yep.
And just a supplementary and observation. So when we had a look at the LTB debt forecasts up until about 2020, our LTB forecast had been very consistent with what we'd identified, and then of course it now has that big peak that is going up. So was that quite consistent with lots of other councils, or are we an anomaly with where we're heading towards now?
I would say a consistent theme across the councils that we work with is mishits around long-term debt forecasts. And in some ways that's why the policy is structured the way it is. So, there's a requirement to fix 5-year debt forecasts and start building up that level of protection as early as possible. And that's why that minimum is sitting at 20% in the policy, to allow for that potential inaccuracy in those longer-term debt forecasts. And I think it just, the chart does highlight that fact, yes. So common theme, and look, the credit rating agencies, both Fitch and S&P, will haircut or discount LTP debt forecasts when they're doing their own credit analysis. So it's accepted that there are challenges around those long-term debt forecast numbers, yeah. So common.
And if you were going to project into the future whether LGFA and government would extend our loan debt forecasts, does that just mean we're just still putting more onto the credit card?
Well, I think that's an important conversation across the sector, is the capacity to raise more debt because you have got constraints around you, particularly in terms of the net debt to total revenue financial covenant that the LGFA puts around credit-rated agencies. And it's also important in terms of prudence to ensure that there's some remaining debt capacity to be able to fund, disasters, for instance. So always prudent to ensure that you're not managing yourself to the maximum of your borrowing financial covenant with the LGFA. That's important. And I think also both Fitch and Standard & Poor's that credit rate the sector and compare councils to their international peers would be considered to be indebted. High level of debt burden, as they call it, relative to international peers. So, yeah, I think there's some key messages coming through there.
It's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? Because they could raise the debt level forecast, but it means it's in proportion to your rates revenue, which is like counterproductive because it's harder to increase that revenue.
Yes.
Councillor Whittaker, did you have a question there?
Yes, I do. Brett, so you determine prudency of the councils. Does Audit New Zealand do the same as well?
Audit New Zealand would be asking a question around the financial strategy and the council's ability to achieve its financial strategy. So they'll be looking closely at how council will fund that financial strategy and the long-term plan. In terms of the prudence, I don't think they would be necessarily auditing the prudence or the appetite statement, but they'd be more asking the questions financial sustainability and whether council can actually achieve the business of council. So audit will be looking at the financial statements and auditing the LTP and the balance sheet and cash statement and P&L or income statement.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members or staff? Staff would like to ask any questions? All right, well, there being none, thank you very much, gentlemen. And just to summarise, you advise council on our treasury policy. You make sure that we keep within the parameters. You monitor us monthly and have meetings with Julie and Heidi. Thank you very much, Julie and Heidi, anyone else from the finance team. And then you make recommendations on how we can be managing that debt risk. So, very much appreciated. I think it's been really useful for all the councillors, even though we've been through a few sessions. They just pick up another few pieces of information each time. We're going to break for lunch at the moment. You gentlemen are welcome to join us if you'd like to. If you have other commitments that you need to get to, that's okay as well. So we'll come back at 12:30. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, good afternoon everybody and welcome back from after the lunch break, and it was great to have Brett and Raj be able to join us for lunch. Right, so we're now on page 213 of the agenda with the first report for the afternoon being that Local Government Funding Agency half-year report. And I'm not sure whether Julie or Paul will take us through it. Hi Julie, welcome.
Yes, this is the LGFA.
Just bring it right towards you, Julie, because you've got
that away a bit.
not a
All
bossy
right now.
britches one like I have. Yeah.
Right, too much. LGFA half-year report for December 25. Their highlights were that they were $1 million ahead in net profit.
Can you bring it a bit closer, please, Julie?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Compared to their statement of intent. They've diversified into the European market was another highlight in their report. And they're supporting the Local Water Done Well programs. And I guess the final highlight was that they're streamlining the procedure for uplifting loans, which is along the lines of not having to issue stock certificates every time you borrow money. So, yes. And appended to that on page 215 is the cover letter and the actual report that they sent through, so only for your information. Any questions on that?
Yeah, thank you, Julie. Can I just clarify what you just said there, that they are uplifting loans versus issuing stock? Can you just explain that, please?
One of the highlights in the report was that they're streamlining the borrowing procedure, and because we borrow from them, I happen to know what they were talking about, and that's basically every time we uplift a loan, we issue a stock certificate. The debenture trust deed's been changed, so we don't have to do that. We'll still have all the same limits and compliance in place, but it'll just be a little less paperwork each time we uplift a loan, because it's quite a rigmarole every time you uplift a loan. Steve would know how many papers you have to sign. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was hoping that the stock equalled lower debt rate. Right, let's have a quick look through. I did have a question on just page 213 on the background, and it kind of relates to the same thing, and I don't know if this is the right question. So, as a shareholder, we don't receive any dividends from working with LGFA, do we?
No, but what we do have is every time we uplift a loan, we invest in borrower notes with them, and that gets interest gets paid on those, and they're the same term as the loan that we uplift, so we do receive interest back on that. So, yeah, every time you uplift a loan, you invest with LGFA, but no, not dividends as such.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members? We're bearing in mind this is a half-year report from, the agency that we borrow money from for local government. No further questions. That's including the appendices. All right. Well, if there are no further questions or clarification, I'll move that the Finance, Performance and Risk Committee receive the LGFA 2025 to 2026. Should that be 26? Half-year report. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Isles. Any debate or discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, and carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Julie. I think you're staying in the same hot seat, yes? And we're moving to page 247. Thank you. And that is the BOPLASS 2025 half-year report.
Yep. So once again, it's the financial report for 31st of December 25. The highlights that they listed was the future developments that they're looking at for joint procurement across the councils that belong to that, to BOPLASS. Their statement of intent highlights and the current initiatives that they're working on, and then they put the financial statements in the back there. So, and on page 249 is the covering letter and the actual report. So once again, we're shareholders of BOPLASS.
Oh, so if we just pause here for a moment.
That's helpful.
We're fine, okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Julie. And I was just going to, I think we might have asked for this before, even though we're just receiving the BOPLASS shareholder report. Is it possible that we can still, within the content list, like our investment, I believe, is about 35,000 a year, and they save us about $300,000. Is that correct, CEO or CFO?
It's about 220 is the estimated savings, and I think that our fee is around 40,000.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. Yeah.
But it would just be quite useful just to have that as an inclusion. Any questions from anyone about the BOPLASS, again, half-year report, all the shared services that we've got? If I can just ask another question about the cyber security, I'm not sure if this will be to you, our CEO. So cyber security, are they doing anything proactively in trying to look at something to help us councils manage it?
It's on a list, but quite low down around a shared service solution for all councils. And I'm not quite sure what's so far down the list. I suspect it's got something to do with each council is actually taking their own approach to cyber security and has their own internal systems. But no, it's not been raised as an area where they're going to proactively look at creating a sort of shared services model around a cyber security platform.
All right, thank you. I guess once somebody has a cyber attack, it might change the urgency with that. Right, any other, Mayor Tunchos, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. You may not be able to answer this, but I'm just looking at the stuff around future developments, and I think we've talked around the table before about the work being done through the Merrill Forum to investigate further opportunities for shared services. And there's a few things in there which, which maybe have some potential building consents. So there's work being done on investigating, building consents, asset management, property valuation services, a bunch of things, rates collection. Do those bits of work have timeframes around them? Do we know?
No. They are. It's essentially an ideas list that the BOPLASS board, which is made up of the member council chief executives, reviews from time to time. In parallel to that, what's evolved over the last 6 months, reporting into or driven by the Merrill Forum, is the chief executives have been tasked with having a good think about shared services and where BOPLASS might go next with those. So we have been putting the spotlight on this list and working through a process where we've created a multi-criteria analysis tool. We've between us reviewed the list and broken it down to identify where there are overlaps between multiple councils. Not all of us, but we're looking for a majority of councils would benefit from this as a shared service. So we're currently preparing that report, which I believe is going to go to the Merrill Forum meeting in 3 or 4 weeks. So that's running in parallel. And where we're trying to get to is a list that is a lot shorter than this. So it's about 3 or 4 items.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Right, no further questions or clarification from members? If not, I'll call for a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jukes, seconded by Councillor Hamill. Any debate, further question, discussion? If not, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against and carried. Thank you, Julie, for being at the table. Thank you to those that put that report together. So we'll now move to page 262, and this is the Risk and Assurance Update Report. And I think we have Ingrid McNiven coming to the table to present the report with Paul if required. Hi, and welcome, Ingrid.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the purpose of this report is to provide an update on Council's current risk and assurance position. It summarises the status of Council's strategic risks. It notes areas of progress in risk management and control maturity, and highlights emerging issues relevant to Council's operating environment. Overall, Council's strategic risk profile remains largely stable, with continued progress across a number of key risk areas. Management actions and controls continue to be implemented and refined, and no material changes to residual risk ratings are proposed at this time. The report also draws attention to our new emerging external risks section, including wider economic instability, which we included last quarter, and national fuel supply security, which is identified as a new emerging risk. These risks are not yet recorded as formal strategic risks, but are increasingly relevant across several existing risk areas and will continue to be monitored and reported as part of Council's enterprise risk management approach. Business continuity planning have also been updated to reflect this risk given its potential impact. Thank you, and we will take any questions.
Right, questions of clarification from members? Councillor Boynton and then Councillor Hamill, thanks.
Can you just advise what the colours relate to?
Yeah, those are the residual risk ratings.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify that, when you say residual risk, you mean the brownie coloured one versus the yellow one? I kind of thought when we suggested doing a colour band that we would have red as the high risk, orange is the medium risk,
what was
and
the
green
key
is the low risk.
That was just to sort of, I guess, summarise the risk register in terms of what our residual risk is after the control treatments, but I can certainly take it back to that. I obviously misinterpreted that.
And I am aware that I was unfortunately absent at one of the risk appetite sessions that we had, because that would be where councillors would give their indication of where we saw the highest level of risk versus, like, is the workforce capacity and capability, would that be, a yellow risk or a red risk? So I'm not sure whether that sort of exercise was undertaken at anything in that workshop. No, it wasn't.
No, through the chair, that's still planned
right.
for June. I think we're planning for that.
That's the plan, June.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Hamill.
Thank you. Page 267, I just wondered, are those dates on the external assurance 2023-2024 final report to governance, is that, and there's another one 2023 on the left-hand column, are they typos, or is that something that we should know about?
I think that is a typo.
Thank you.
Have we got any comments about any of the controls and treatments within the report?
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Dennis.
On page 277, halfway, well, it's towards the end of that bottom graph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth bullet point down, it talks about stop plan legislation prevents growth-related projects from proceeding. Council can explore application to minister. Could you tell me what that means?
I can. Yeah, so under the reforms for the RMA, the government has basically said we cannot proceed with district plan reviews in the meantime, other than around very specific things such as natural hazards. So in the meantime, while we are continuing with a lot of the research and background work, we can't proceed to actually notify changes and the like. So it's stop go in the sense of waiting for the new legislation to come into play.
So we can't do subdivisions, we can't do anything like that?
No, you can still do that sort of work. It's changing our district plan. That's
Okay.
the stop.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lucioli. Oh, did you have a question of clarification? Sorry. Oh, sorry, member Lucioli.
Sorry.
Beg your pardon. Promotion.
Thank you. Yes, I missed the election. Indeed. Just a question on, or comment on page 281, which is compliance with legal and regulatory requirements. Under the risk reduction general approach, it's stated that it'll include independent oversight through connection with the chair of the risk and assurance. Now, given that committee doesn't exist anymore, I think we probably just need to update that to whoever the oversight is going to be through.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions, if you don't mind me asking. Page 276, when we're looking at our, well, go back to that one. Looking at our Māori strategic relationships, it's really great to see how much work we are doing in this space from when we first started a few years ago with the Māori liaison team, so congratulations. My question, Honi, is while we are listing all of these things that we are doing with iwi and hapu and Māori, would they give us a tick? Like, how are we measuring whether they think we are being effective rather than us writing down on a piece of paper what we're doing?
Thank you. Firstly, to your first comment, that's because of the people around the table supporting our team. So big mihi to you guys for that. Secondly, we did have a pulse check with our iwi leaders, and that's helped to inform the revision of our strategy. So we are actually got a mid-year review coming to one of the committees in a couple of weeks. So we'll be sure to have that feedback for you guys as well.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I got that down as well. Wondering about the policy hub. Certainly be good to get a detailed report on the hub. You know, where it stands. Well, you know, it's finished in December.
Excuse me, Councillor, could you bring the microphone closer to you? Thank you.
So yeah, just a question on the policy hub. Our progress report on where it ended in 25. And I guess what it did, and the desired outcomes, we meet those milestones. I'd be interested in the report.
Yeah, so EARO have drafted a report, but we're also going to EB for their feedback rather than having the policy hub report on themselves, essentially.
All right, I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honi. Thank you, Councillor. Now on page 279 on corporate information. And it was just really a question of, I know we were rolling out the ERP. I just thought whether that gap in the middle, whether there was something that was meant to be in there that wasn't. Because we've got lots of treatments and existing controls and we've got some future ones coming. I was just wondering whether that was a misgap of information or it's got the assumption of everything that we're doing now falls into that box.
Through your chair, I don't think there was any new controls delivered in the last quarter. It was just future controls. So you'll see quite a considerable more information in that box come next quarter.
Oh, great. Thank you. And on the, following down onto page 280, looking on the left-hand side where it says halfway down, build a stronger relationship with the national cyber security and ongoing cyber threats. This area kind of interests me, like, should we invest in cyber security knowing that cyber insurance is very difficult to evaluate, and I'm just wondering whether that's a question for management or whether Member Lucioli can share anything about what we're trying to achieve there.
I think it's a topic we could usefully have a completely separate question on. The best answer to that is that you can't have cyber insurance without having some cyber security. You just won't get it. So you've got to have cyber risk controls in place before you apply insurance over the top. The reality is that insurance can only deal with the financial impact. The actual wider impact of a cyber event is huge in terms of reputation and the trust of the community and the release of personal data. So my take is that it's certainly a risk that you need to address, not just through insurance.
Through you, Chair, you might find it interesting. So the two things that we are investing in is around our hardware to try and mitigate risks, and equally then our behaviour change. And just to give you an idea about the scale of the risk, so in the last quarter we received just a fraction less than 600,000 threats in the last quarter.
Oh, thank you for that. I can just also add that me Tancho seems to be a target, because I've in the last 2 weeks received 2 phishing emails from the Mayor that were not from him, that we passed through, yeah.
Through you, Chair, I just want to point out we are going to improve those, because I had one approving gift vouchers from the Chief Executive, which I knew could not be true.
Oh, was that your pay rise?
Yes, so I've asked Vickers to improve the quality
Make
of
them believable, right? Yeah.
Thank you for that. Members, do you have any other questions? I mean, it's looking great. Our existing controls, new controls and future controls are looking like we're really covering all our bases and considering, what our risk profile is and what our risks across the organisation are. No further questions, clarification? All right, can I have a mover and a seconder, please, that we receive the Risk and Financial Update Report May 26. Councillor Dennis moves, Councillor O'Brien seconds. Any debate or discussion? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ingrid. Keep up the good work. And now we move to page 297, where we're going to call for a mover and a seconder to exclude the public for our public excluded meeting. Thank you, Councillor Boynton and Councillor Dennis, moving and seconding it. That for the grounds listed in the agenda, the Whakatane District Council agreed to exclude the public from the following parts of the proceedings of this meeting, namely Legal Proceedings Update Report, May 26. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. And we're just going to pause just for a moment, and Alex is coming to the governance table so that there is an adequate break time for our governance team member.
got two things I want to talk to you about.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, just moving back into the public part of the section, we just want to restate the following resolutions that were made in the public excluded section. The legal proceedings report May 2026, one at the Finance Performance and Risk Committee received the legal proceedings update May 26, and two, the Finance Performance and Risk Committee confirmed that that part of the report is to remain in public excluded. Next item was the Insurance Policy Report 25-26, that the Finance Performance and Risk Committee received the Insurance Policy Report 25-26, and that we confirm the report is to remain in public excluded until approval is given with release by the Chief Executive. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Well, that concludes this part of the Finance Performance and Risk meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions today, your thoughts, and thank you very much to the staff for your reports. And I think it's reflective of that the reports are getting easier to read, easier to digest, and that's making our question time much more effective. So thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.